Hello, everybody. It's PsyFerret, the business ferret. And today, I am back. And it is Friday. And we are going to do some more Disco Elysium. We might even say we're feeling disco-netted. Okay, that pun was not great. But still. Last time, we did a whole bunch of things. Like, it's just, there was so much. Just so much that we did. Like, we went and tried to do, we went to the coast. We were coasting. That was pretty much the big thing. We went to the coast. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of things, mostly on the coast. We went on a date. That was great. It's unfortunate that more didn't happen during the date, but you know, we went on a date. So that was great. You know what? We're just gonna close that. We're gonna forget about it for now. All right. Let's just hop back in. Let's just hop back in. I was trying to sit here and think of like a million other things that we did. We found a free place to stay. That's super important.
On the table, you see a bowl of water.
What is this one?
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Electrochemistry.
In it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it.
Let the mirror be for now. Hold up. Because we have things that can make our odds with electrochemistry a little better. Like, I know we do. Hey, look, gloves. Yeah. I mean, I think those gives the exact same thing, but that's okay. Pain threshold, empathy. Okay.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean shaven.
All right, we got a 42% chance.
You're still not
Let's
accustomed
go.
to it. Still not happening.
All right, we tried. E for effort. Like, our suggestion is super powerful. If only we could convince people to do things more often. Oh. You know, on the one hand, I don't think we should do that. I think this is a bad call. Leveling up electrochemistry seems like a bad call. Yeah, it's a bad call. Let's take a look at our map. We got physical instrument, which could be good. Oh right, we can go to the cafeteria window. Shivers legendary. We can't level up Shivers. We maxed that out. Egghead. Bird's Nest Roy. Oh, that's right. He wants electrochemistry as well. A cell is legendary empathy. Impossible. Savoir faire. Formidable half-light. Interfacing. Rhetoric. I think there was like 2 things with rhetoric. Oh, there's like 3. Rhetoric might be good. I think rhetoric would be good. Because that's 3. And also rhetoric comes up in conversations a lot. Let's go with rhetoric. Yeah. All right, now let's get into some real clothes. Actually, you know what? +1 to drama and +1 to electrochemistry. That's actually not bad. But that one makes a little more sense. Do we not have a real shirt? Oh no, we have a shirt. Okay. Hey, it's Kim. Hey, Kim. Yo, girl, how's it going?
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Like some kind of cross-country law official.
I still have a case to solve.
Hi. I guess you do. What's on your mind, officer?
That's my carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
It was an accident.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
You're suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
Well, no, I thought maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Alright, I'm in, but organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Pity we don't get to do more frivolous and side activities. Like rejuvenate the Doom commercial area, or...
Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
I love how that's a thing. The planks crack beneath their weight. Alright. I forgot her name.
Waves are beginning to die down.
Lillian.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with you
What
in
is
those
it
waves?
with waves and fishermen? We need to be out, but until that...
Alright. Come on, Kim. We got things to do.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy. Poor things.
Don't make me feel sad for a bunch of bugs. Okay. While I like the music, it is super loud. He's not rhetoric. I don't have anything that's going to increase my rhetoric, right? Logic, drama, encyclopedia, logic, drama. That's rhetoric. Excellent. -1 empathy. We're fine.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Or underprivileged grandma. +1 to rat out the lady driver. Persuade him to give you some money.
Start with a little
Oh,
compliment,
nope.
then work
We
your
did
way
it.
up from there. This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
Think of it as an
An
investment.
investment? What kind of investment?
Or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
Invest into me not telling your employer about your operation here. I'm a policeman. I'm an investment in good relations with the RCM.
I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here?
10 real.
Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
I'll leave you to it now. Kim, don't be getting all pissy. It's $10.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Mm-hmm.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
All
A
right.
snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. If we were certified skulls right now,
Who are
I
you?
can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Damn.
which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and on the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Yeah.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
I mean, that's a...
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad
Possessing
idea.
an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a
Non-verbal.
skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
I
The
mean,
lieutenant's
fair enough.
voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Do you know anything about the murder that took place here?
Murder?
A man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirly in rags.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged. He
Anything
was
else?
hanged from a tree.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
These punks don't know anything.
hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Fucking philosophy,
does that mean?
man. You can do aggressive shit with philosophy. Justify shit.
You guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism.
Oh.
The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Aren't there more skulls in Martinet?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
I was taking a bite to eat because there was a lot of conversation. All right, your rhetoric is confusing. Are you a part of the Skulls or not?
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
And what makes you think that the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
You'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
Throw him off his game.
Are you sure a Skull would say that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now, so we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say. But we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls branding anyway. On the contrary, we're just here to market it.
Ah. Why does a criminal gang need marketing?
We think of it more like two franchises merging. You know, us two and the Skulls. I really feel like we would add more to the table. Spice things up here in Martinez, you know. Get the old machine of pain and suffering oiled up real good.
Okay, I get what the Skulls do, but what do you do? Youth unemployment?
Whatever, man. Work is for pussies. You wouldn't get it anyway.
So you're just pretending to be as nasty and vicious as the
Hey,
Skulls.
we could be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement, or a brick on top of another brick.
Uh-huh.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
These
Whoa.
kids have the vocabulary, but might be missing a brain.
Who's Van Eyck?
Old man, it doesn't matter. You'll be long gone before his greatness is recognized.
A young woman kneels on wooden planks, still looking for something lost ages ago. She's nodding her head along to the signal coming in through her headphones.
So you're saying I'm an old man?
Yep, old as fuck.
Yeah, man. It's like at death's door. No wonder you know nothing about the future. You won't be there.
Oh. Enough about this scullery then. What's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why does yours have
Well,
fat
first
faces?
off, It's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
What?
What I mean by this is, we are all piss and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Why do you have fuck the world
Like I
on
said
yours?
before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it. To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though,
That is a terrible metaphor.
you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly,
I
one
mean, that
must
part's
think of
true.
a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
He does,
Is
and
it
that's
a
what upsets me.
coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Hey, Kim,
Yes?
what do you think about their jackets?
Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan.
Wow! Wow! I mean, I'm not disagreeing with him. Why are you always so patronizing when cool possibilities cross our
What are you
path?
implying?
We should get these jackets.
Or what?
What do people do with jackets? They wear
The
them.
concept of getting dressed is familiar to me, but wearing jackets like these isn't appropriate for an RCM officer, unless he's deep undercover.
Well, in theory, Kim, if we were to confiscate jackets, which one would you wear?
Neither.
Come on, Kim, it's a mental
Fine,
exercise.
If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements.
I feel like more like a fuck the world kind of
Seems
guy.
about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Oh, it's a red track. Okay. Well, talking with you has definitely been something. All right, we're never going to invest in half-light. Do we have anything that would increase our half-light? We really don't. We got things that are taken away. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, no, we really don't. I mean, this really doesn't do anything for me, but hey. Yeah. Okay. We'll hold the note. the ledger of failure and hatred.
That ride is
Hey, piss. Look
All
who
right.
it is. Shrunken cophead material.
So we need a 14. Oh, this is literally impossible for me. Because I would have to roll a double 6. And that's like super low odds. Let's do it.
These guys aren't scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying, or both. Just ask them, maybe.
Why?
I need your jackets. Do I have to answer
If you
that?
don't have to answer, then we don't have to give you our jackets. Doesn't sound like you have a reason.
Look at the shit I'm wearing.
Yeah, like he said, total shit.
You didn't say that.
I'm wearing horrible clothing to catch horrible people. It's depressing. My clothes make me sad. I need to fun it up.
The lieutenant looks down at his bomber jacket and shrugs, obviously content with his uniform.
Fuck it, I don't deserve a cool jacket. I suck.
Fine.
Oh
Fuck
my
it.
god!
Here. Take it then. I can't handle this sad shit.
It's true. He simply can't. It's called empathy. Wow. I did not see that coming. You
Fuck that. You're not getting mine. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta. He'll have your...
No, he won't.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
I know you said you're more of a... But we have one jacket and I want it. Wait, world fucker, you got a rich dad?
No. He's like a volunteer lawyer. A total bitch. Cites law and... You know what, cop? Fuck you. That's not what this is about.
Fuck him. We don't need his rich dad jacket anyway.
We don't need the other one. You said you're
I'm
more...
not wearing that jacket.
of a... You could really raise hell, go undercover. Hard. But don't you want to express your
I
individuality?
already am expressing my individuality.
It's good to know we have it, should the need arise.
The need will not arise.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops? Let's get...
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
You think equipping the sword may enable a thought? Okay, well... +1 to drama, -1 to authority. Wait, I'm a detective? Also, what am I wearing? Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Do you know that... I heard that one of the drivers is a woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
Why? Do you know something?
Man, I was hoping it isn't gonna be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
There was a sound effect, but I guess nothing happened. Yeah, that's what I got. I asked you who's conducting the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do?
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is, hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part, not trickery. Bah, emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
Who is this person? What's her name?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
What does she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died.
Oh yeah, no, we have not
Blue was
seen her.
violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
When did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know.
We can't just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have...
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this.
I don't believe you.
You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her.
When she left, did she leave her lorry
Fuck,
behind?
man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman for... Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And he's okay with others ratting her out. Push Tommy and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
So you're alright with others ratting her out? You just don't want your hands dirty?
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt, too.
Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation, too. It's important. I can't blow it.
You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy. Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machines.
Fine, I will drop the matter for now.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
That's all for now. I don't know why you just willingly start talking about it now. That doesn't make any sense to me.
The woman looks. Girl child, you hear her say. Girl child, girl child.
Interesting.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
I still don't really understand this Boydaro
Of
thing.
course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to
Boyadero.
listen to On the Western Plain.
Okay, what's
It's
that?
an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
I'm guessing that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
I think I see where this is going.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved.
Oh, that
and
is not where I
throws
thought it
her
was going.
body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought that was
You
going.
have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
All right.
What to work! Right to work!
I'm just gonna leave now.
There. Do you smell that?
Smell what?
Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness? That sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering?
Close your eyes and take a deep
Can you
breath.
smell it? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from bake-light lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanate.
Everything in order, detective?
Just taking in the morning air like a normal
There's a lot
detective.
to take in, isn't there?
In a word, exactly what you would expect. Nonsense. The reek of communism is unmistakable, and it's coming from that railing over there.
You mean from Manana?
Yes, now's your chance to, but be easy about it. Communists have been known to charge when startled.
Manana! Come with me, brother, in the name of communism.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
There's something I need to talk to you about.
What's that, boy? Yeah?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
I'm looking for some people who know how to really grind a sausage, if you know what I mean. Ooh, that sounds weird. I'm looking for a secret cabal of mole people.
You might have to look elsewhere for help with that.
I'm investigating a peculiar smell, one with revolutionary
Could be
implications.
coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting out for a while.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
It involves our mutual friend, Kraz.
Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Grad.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
You know what I'm trying to say is I'm looking for communists. Know any?
Now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
Yeah.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why?
I'm not hunting. I'm trying to get organized by them.
Oh, I see.
He gives you an
I
exaggerated
wish I
wink.
could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
I thought you union guys were all communists.
Some are, some aren't. It's a big institution, room for all kinds. Comunistas, feminist supremacists, even an anti-institutional boyadero.
There is warmth in his voice when he talks about the Union, whatever his personal politics. All right, so if he isn't personally a communist...
But you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
What's an ideologo?
You know, a guy with a theory.
Oh,
Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat.
how'd you meet
It
him?
was late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Saramirizian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
What does that mean? The extra physical branches?
No idea. I took it to mean he was asking me to join some sort of underground cell. A very old school organizing technique. The sort of thing comunistas used to do before the revolution.
What did you tell
The
him?
same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero rides alone. It was late. He asked me for a light.
An extremely
We shared
cool way to
cigarettes.
establish contact. Wish I thought of
It
that.
was all right. A little like something out of a Vespertine spy novel, but I must respect the effort.
How do I find this guy?
Couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais." And then he was gone.
Who are they?
I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
What do you think it
Been
means?
wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk could be. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows the ideologo personally. I have to say though, it sounds like you found yourselves a proper hunt.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
All right, fair enough. Oh, we do need to go back this way. Oh, hold up. What is this? That was not highlightable previously. 3Ts, how idiomatic. Man, I should have leveled up perception first. Oh. All right, racist.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge, you know. Suit yourself, officer. Oh, not much anymore. The strike. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Sounds like a cover story to me.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko-picked apples.
Koiko may be another derogative. For a person from Grad, you think?
Oh, so they grow apples in Grad?
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow them down South Yekokata. A beautiful place. Got great scenic vistas.
You keep saying Koiko. Yeah, that.
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk. Those degenerates from Grad.
But why the word?
Because that's what they're all called. Koiko Pichik, Loslav Koiko, Koikovic someone. Low self-esteem, those guys have. Mind you, they look Occidental, but they're not really like us.
So it's an ethics slur.
Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise?
So, can I see these apples?
Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in them, huh?
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
So you said something about the rights and privileges of lorrymen?
They're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
Hold on, what's a carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how
You know, I asked that question.
Our thing reaches before machines.
And that's a privilege.
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient, very prestigious.
So it's a kind of union?
Hell no. It's a guild. Invitation only. Unions work for the rich fucks. They're basically the same. Been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profits, but you can't replace experience. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generation. Yeah, there sure fucking is.
So you're in a carter's guild.
Damn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our... Trusting street thugs with their goods.
Okay. Is there anything in the whirly gig that I need? Or whirling rag?
Wait. No. Something about this bunch doesn't smell right.
What do you mean? Aren't they Everett's guys?
They are, but they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they? No, they don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous bodily harm while he massages his raw knuckles.
Uh-huh. I kind of figured.
In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you.
I mean, fair enough. Keep shooting you furtive. Meanwhile, Fat Angus keeps shooting you furtive glances and mumbling uneasily to himself.
And from his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardy himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you, besides, you're pretty sure they consider themselves social democrats.
Guess I'll look elsewhere.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
It's not time yet? What does that mean?
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
Smoker on a balcony right here in the whirling in rags.
Hi. So what brings you here?
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I'm here to kick some ass and solve the case I'm working
Well,
on.
here's to you.
Tell me again about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What did you tell him?
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
And he believed
Why
you?
shouldn't he?
Did you tell him about
What
your friend?
No, I don't think it came up.
What did he look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
His earpiece?
Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
Yeah. What was
Just
he saying?
reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Besides muscular, did he have any other identifying traits?
Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Thanks for the info.
Anything else on your mind?
I met your Sunday
You
friend.
did? And how did you like him?
You're right, he was magical. Magically bureaucratic.
I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people.
Who is
A
he?
visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return.
Return where?
To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know.
Where? What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
What does it mean, a Sunday friend?
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even
It
a
is.
friend?
On Sundays.
Why was he staying at your place in the middle of
He
the
has
night?
keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
Oh, really? I don't want to talk to other people. I want to talk about you.
What about me, gendarme? Bye-bye, gendarme.
All right, hang on. Hang on. I'm pretty sure we have clothes that give composure. +1 composure. Yeah, we need that. Okay. It's not much of a boost.
Hi again, gendarme.
It's a very low chance.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy, all about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
Nope, no
Bye-bye,
go.
gendarme.
Indirect motor taxes. We need more money.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
I don't think we're gonna get anything by talking to them.
Hey, was there...
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
Kim, let me into your room. Oh, hey. I can't
The
just...
bed is still cold from the...
Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent a poet.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore.
We tried and failed that. Alright, nothing here that I can grab.
The door is closed.
Nope, nothing to do there. Okay. The library should definitely be open now.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Connect me to the Jamrock
I'm
Library.
afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6.
We should try again.
Anything else, Detective? 57?
In the cabin, you
Unfortunately, that did not go as planned. Alright. Let's go up. A giant aspirate on the pillow and a pattern of coffee rings on the armrest. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the drawer slides shut. The file cabinet stands steady as ever.
All right, come on. 92%.
To greet you. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
Look at the
It
note.
appears to be a to-do list written in large. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Look, Kim, a to-do note with a list of errands for
One of
Everett.
his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
Take another look at the
Remember,
note.
Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out. The drawer slides shut.
Well, that was hardly worth it. I thought we were going to get something cool.
This is the night watchman. This is the night watchman's boot.
I wonder, now we're going in the middle of the day, right? Because the last time we were here, it was like night.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
I don't think I have any rhetoric. No. Alright.
You're back before the cargo container. And, as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
That's so annoying.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building.
Oh, okay, that's
they
somebody.
They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
I had some questions for you if that's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
I appreciate you, Leo. You try so hard. Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What was that about borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Hold up. Who makes it at the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Something is off about this borscht. I'm looking into it.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
What's in the container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know.
Told you.
Okay, I'm off.
Yes, of course. Now it smells like we're getting crates and pallets calling to mind. Vast stands of winter pines. A swirl of ancient odors absorbed by heavy carpet fibers. But also a pervasive, treacly sweetness that somehow reminds you the whole place could probably use a...
Well? Smelling much communism around the Union boss's office?
Meanwhile, Everard Clare clatters away on his typewriter, willfully indifferent to your
This is not a fishing rod, is it? It's... That container is full of capitalism. It's not for you? I disagree. We cannot dismantle capitalism without knowing about its presence.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Well, thank you. I'm looking for a cell of underground communists. Can you help me?
Mr. Dubois, really? Do I look like a man who has time for underground communists? I'm as above ground.
He's got you there. You've got to be 10 or 12 meters up, at least. That's all you're going to get out of him.
Now, was there anything else you wish to discuss today?
Everett, about the weasel.
You waited too long, the weasel came back, and now you can't open the door I asked you to open. Everett forgives, Harry. Don't cry, my boy. It's gonna be all right. I'm still gonna tell you about the murder. That's just the way I am. Benevolent.
Fucking, I thought I had more time.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm
Harry,
listening.
this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
That sounds about right.
Victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
Wow.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Hold on, you have a village elephant?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
They move the container?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
Ah, okay.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We
Makes
got
sense.
grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Exactly did the pushing.
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
Makes sense.
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal. He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
You mentioned a lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
You do.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind.
Somehow I don't fully believe
with
that.
them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Everett, I met these arties. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?
But of course. It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he...
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Why are you giving me this?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just...
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
I don't need it. I only wanted you to help me with the Hardy Boys.
I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with this. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to...
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
Kim, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help...
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
You mean the fishing village?
Yes, yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned in either the sea or the bottle. A gloomy place, doesn't have that Union attitude.
You're already pretty deep into this. What's a little more? No one can see you here in Martinez.
What will happen to the current
They're
occupants?
just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Are you 100% sure no one's going to end up homeless?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them.
I don't believe you.
We're gonna build a youth center there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just...
He means it.
Interesting. Fine, I can. If I happen to be there, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
I want to go go over a couple things about
Let's
me.
hear it, Harry.
Let's talk about
Of
other
course,
matters, because I
Harry,
apparently
of
don't need
course.
anything else there.
Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me?
Can we go over a few details concerning the murder
Most
again?
certainly, Harry. Now,
Let's
by
change
all
the
means,
subject.
Harry, what's on your mind?
I'm looking into your shady
I don't
brew.
know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
I'm gonna leave now, but we might talk
See you
again later.
soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
All right. We have so much moral stuff, it's great. Get 2 signatures for Everett, the special boursts, and get yourself organized. Yeah, there's no way we're making that one.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not...
Alright. And we're so far away from a level up. Ugh. So, what we've learned so far is that we think this is a
Right to what? What's it to you?
routine part of the
Am I a
investigation.
suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Nah, alright. I'm
We're
interested
all
in your
workers,
background.
right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know. Worked at Territorial.
Yeah, I think I've been there.
Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out the people. We're all workers, right? Worked at Territorial.
Never heard of it. Are
We're
you
done
lying?
here.
Oh yeah, he's lying. He's a security guy. Let's go ahead and stop at the... Oh no, hold up. This is extra time gated.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out...
This is Precinct 50. Hold on. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Majane.
Billy Majon, you said.
Majan, sorry.
Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paper.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
Yes, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Do you have any other information on him?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
You know someone who was.
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police. She starts explaining.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
So Billy Magine is a woman, not a man?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later, on the lookout.
Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can Marie describe what he looks like to me?
Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Thank you, that's all for me.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me?
I'm done with the radio.
In the cabin, you see.
Okay. So now we got even more things to do. Oh, God.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Leo said you're friends with Manana. Is that true?
The mention of Manana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. They're friends.
What's in the bush you're making?
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Sorry, I don't understand you.
Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow arched.
Yes?
Borscht need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then arches. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Ooh. Turn the vodka up. Turn the vodka down. We were told to make it shadier.
He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew.
I don't think okay, see. I want to say this because no, I don't think I need anything else. Okay. I do want to go ahead and change my tools. Because we're being sober boys.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabinier do for you?
Renee, I found your guard booth.
Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
You must have seen something on the night of their murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
She is nobody. This is none of your...
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu. And she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Oh. Secret task. Ask Renee about the photo. We got 10 experience for that. Nice. You must have seen something on the night of the murder.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
So who was working your shift at the night?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue.
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabinier's pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Renee is but one man. We need a program. Get all the elderly back in the job market. Keep some folks. Renee should rent out his services, invest in the profit, get a few more guys, expand and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. Everett gets it. Big guys looking after the small and everyone working together. I love it.
We conclude the topic of my guard boost now.
Got it.
Yes,
Thanks.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. Sadly, no. It was the Fallen should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the Suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Why shell him here in Martinet?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commit. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious land.
He finds your lack of history.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08.
Okay.
The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Now thoughtfully and turn to the look.
This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabbit dogs.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
That explains all the war
Damn
damage.
right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before the rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially,
you don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Uh-oh. That's how it should be. Soft socialists are paving the way for hard working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. This coalition seems quite capable. Commies just don't understand how money works. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mouth, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us.
This royal failure...
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. For this is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
I don't think that's true, but that's okay. What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. when
Is there anything you...
took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Is there anything you can tell me about this rifle?
It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement there.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
What is it about this old soldier that makes him proud? We have to get a legendary 14, and we have a 3. So we have to roll an 11 or 12. Oh wait, we can interact with the envelope?
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Look at the zoning plan.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects. But there's no other way.
Oh no, we lost the point.
There doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print.
You know, I just realized I had a bunch of stuff that had like plus some clothes that had plus logic. We got composure. Yeah, see, +1 to logic. That would have been good. +1 to logic. Oh god. But we're looking for composure right now. +2 to logic. Oh man, look at all these things we could have added. I wonder if it'll let me do it again now that I've up.
You take the legal documents.
Nope,
out of the
I'd have to
envelope.
put in a skill point.
12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan.
Okay, but anyway. Let's take off that hat. That is a horrible hat. I need another hat. I wish there was a way I could like sort these clothes by like what it adds. That would be great. All right, we don't have much in the name of composure.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
All right, we need to get 10 or higher.
All you observe is a
We got a 3. Oh.
Past and his old uniform.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of...
Don't you mean Fristel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown.
There's something you missed. You'll get to it. Don't.
Okay. Well, we tried. Oh, right. So let's go deliver the bad news.
Paintbrush? Check. Heavy fuel oil? Check. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Something beautiful is going to happen. I'm so glad Kim is here to witness.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one.
Kim, I appreciate you. Kim ain't having none of our bullshit.
A weathered brown door. Something smells good. The lieutenant motions to you. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we
You're
expect?
right. Let's talk this through.
You hear some light footsteps and what appears.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
You have any ideas on any advice on how to tell her he's
dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
I mean, that makes sense. What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello?
Knock.
Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door.
Yes?
Hold still a second.
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable. The lieutenant is fastidious as a cat in matters of his personal upkeep. And yet, in the folds of his jacket, you can just perceive the stale and acrid traces of oil rags. Transmission. Wait. There's something else there. Something that sets your gabberous. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. But what sort of ideological picture do these smells paint?
Do you need something, detective?
I was just wondering what brand of
It's
aftershave.
nothing fancy, just plain old Tiger Super Special. I do like the way it tingles, though. It's the only part of shaving I actually look forward to.
I
Was there
respect that.
something else you wish to discuss?
So, I
Yes.
shaved.
I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
What is it? You can tell
I'm
me.
not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the... Either way, good on you. You were saying?
Nothing. Alright. A chalk drawn height for children's height growth over the years. Posters of contemporary pop stars adorn the wall. The clock is ticking with an air of cheerfulness. Its ticking makes you anxious, rings hollow. A textbook for high school, mathematics, trigonometry mostly. An empty pack of red just cigarettes hidden under the bed. The same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. Oh. Windows covered in old newspaper clippings. Pages of humanitarian aid macaronis. Oh. Some leftovers kept warm on a stovetop. Smells like buckwheat and onions here.
It's you from the book stand.
She just looks at you for a moment, not without knowing what to do.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade?
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what. No, this is something much worse. Is he in a...
How about some small talk? Before you definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
Oh. Alright, so we need a high empathy. Hold up. I know I've got clothes. That will give me empathy. I mean, just taking off the anti-empathy shirt will probably help a lot. Interfacing. Pair of boots or pants or shoes that give empathy. Need that. Yeah, this is all just kind of, this is a look.
She looks up, too anxious to say anything.
I noticed you were cooking
Who got
something.
to eat? What is this about? Why are you suddenly asking me about my cooking?
How have you been?
How have I been? You're not here to...
Can't write a scene without knowing the actors. Ask more. Get comfortable around her.
Oh no. I made this worse. Tell her about the dead body.
You've done this.
Oh, we did it. Whew.
Just keep your focus.
I'm very sorry to say, but your husband was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
It's still early to say, but at first glance, it seems like he slipped and he fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
We don't know yet, but we will let you know when the results arrive.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How
Yes.
long had he been?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
The lieutenant takes out his handkerchief and offers it to the woman. She nods and slowly wipes away her tears. Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend? Family member?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared for when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
I'm very
we should
sorry,
step
ma'am.
outside and talk.
Oh. That is heartbreaking. All right. Well, now that's done. You know what? Just give me the +1 to drama. Oh, we need the money boots. There we go. Cool.
You did well.
What now? I could have done more.
You did enough. Can't save the whole world. You
can't bring the dead back.
What
I'll
now?
call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
What about Billy and her kids?
We'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
Right, this case is closed then. But we leveled up! Okay. So, since we're on this part of town anyway, I want to go ahead and talk to Joyce.
There it is again. There's a spectral scent haunting this place. Sea brine mostly. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath without a doubt. Your politico-olfactory cortex doesn't. Certainement. A precocious communist youth. A symbol of a kind, a chance to establish contact.
I love how my character was running as I was listening.
Good. What can I help you with?
By the way, I've talked to Everett Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I have the feeling the international community does not approve him. It's not important if I liked him. I was just doing my job. Is a hero of the workers' movement. He's a chaplain. It's not important if I liked him. I was just doing my job.
Of course, detective.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it...
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so...
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible and
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all...
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Mr. Everett says it's almost ready to be found
Did he
soon.
now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you.
Perhaps he is.
That is a good point. I've helped him turn up the heat on the borscht.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making?
Unimportant.
You're right, Detective. That whole undertaking was very unimportant. Why did we do it?
An act born of sympathy for the working man. I set fire to the fumes of struggle.
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man, and then talks about them.
A strange equanimity has overtaken the lieutenant. He's just going with the flow now.
What else?
He asked me to deliver an envelope.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
To a nameless settlement down the coast nearby.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go there?
You're quite fond of this village, aren't you?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
You've been to Martinez before?
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not.
Sounds like you missed those
Not
times.
overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in 08. Imagine...
Oh no, she's sentimental, all right.
I'm overradiated, Detective. I do silly things sometimes, out of pale-related sickness. Like take...
So it was a factor in her coming to Martinez in the first place.
Do not spend 22 days a year in pale transit. Don't waste your 20s slumming it with your stupid friends. And don't deliver Everard Clare's mail. Are you satisfied, Detective? What else can you tell me about your mail?
She's pointing it quite hard in there. Feels like a knife.
He wants to build a youth center here for the
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
So you're sad you can't buy the place?
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
She is more defensive about it.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
I don't know, talk about something else.
Of course. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
I found my badge.
By love, you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you...
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them.
This was your plan all along.
My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will. Because let me tell you, we are...
Meaning, the information she has will raise the stakes.
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meantime? Word has...
One of the tall...
It appears we are being monitored every step.
Until you come up with something at...
She's simply not. She's not even asking you.
Weird. Oh no. One of the positive things to come from the revolution is... Which isn't to suggest our talks Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later.
I don't care about the boats. I don't care about Wild Pines.
Now, of course.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere and banners. Every worker, a member of the board.
I like
You
it.
might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Not hard communist enough for me.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker. It's quite simple, you see. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
King is dead. Long live the workers.
That may well be. I'm not sure. And now,
Excuse me.
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was...
This checks out.
That's all I need.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. There's time.
That's the man who was killed. Better not...
She wants to answer the question.
That's all for now.
Wow. So someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Kim, am I boring?
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown. He doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
What is this, picking on me for not being crazy enough?
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
I'm just trying to do my job, no need for extravagance.
Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Wait. This will be my capo type?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
Why not? Send out the telefax and I'm not ashamed.
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course.
Oh, wait, hold up.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Piss and fuck the world, send their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
Maybe it's just skull solidarity.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
What are you even trying to achieve?
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complaint. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
Hey, sister, let's talk politics.
And what do you know about politics?
My notes told me that you're also a communist. We should team up, join forces.
An underground cell. Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk that a right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Does the Staban have a jacket like this? Will you help me phone?
The lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
I guess I should just give up then. Nothing yet. Just tell me what you want me to do.
A wicked grin, a laughing skull. Death hilarious.
Oink for me, piggy.
Just once.
Oink, oink.
Wow, that was easier than I expected. It's almost...
A cool, damp feeling ripples through you. You realize you needn't have robbed the lieutenant, needless to say.
Sounds like you're really serious. Steban's group meets only at night. In an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Hold on. What else can you tell me about the Steban?
Just that he's a real communist. Not like the play acting you've been doing. The rest, you'll have to see for yourself.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Why do I feel like there's a catch?
Oh, see, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but I wonder whether it might have something to do with that phrase Mañana mentioned overhearing.
Wait, what phrase?
Remember Dobreva and Abadanaiz.
Oh, right.
The lieutenant.
Guess this is what happens when two pigs put their heads together. That's enough. Off with you then. I don't believe...
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
They seem to hold you in high
There'll
esteem.
never be skulls. But
Can I be a
fat
skull?
chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
How's that?
She throws you a conspiratorial.
Have you noticed? This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You
All right, catch you later, Cindy. All right, so we have to come back tonight at 10 o'clock. Oh, jeez. Regular law official. Oh, we're still working on the Wasteland of Reality. I forgot about that. Kingdom of Conscious. Let's go ahead and do Kingdom of Conscious. Or no, I'm sorry, cleaning out the rooms. Only because I don't know what that does. And therefore I'm intrigued. Okay. I don't think there's anything in there I need. Trying to think. What do you need?
Still here, stuck in this damn jam. What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drivers here.
She's a suspect and I need you to tell me where she is or I can't finish it.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your... Remember, you're doing it for the bigger investigation. This is important.
Where is she?
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex.
Her lorry's still here, down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
Anything else? Like where she is now?
I don't know.
And why did you have
She
the
left
keys?
them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose.
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machine.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I'm sorry I had to do this.
I bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. good person. His last line, his revenge on the world.
Nah, I need to think my own.
All right, fair enough. I feel bad. The motorway south will give you some insight into the Pale, I think, if that interests you. I don't think I need any thoughts on the Pale. The Pale is just weird.
This green found, A to Z, contemporary, is...
This is the one our man pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is... Posters cover the small windows in the back. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty.
Try the door handle.
Is locked. There's no picking this lock. The owner has put special care into it. You push the key into the lock and turn. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be.
All right. Admire the posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
Stop and wonder, what's that smell?
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume, probably Grenade No. 5.
Study the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy.
Enough of the posters.
The actresses and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
Examine the radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing...
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
It has to be an advanced model to fit so many frequencies next to each other without blending them together.
What about the Speed Freaks FM? Is it one of the safe stations here?
No, that's on 78.9. What? I happen to have committed the frequency to memory. I have no problem admitting that.
I bet you don't. Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite
a 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Is there anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The ghostly actresses and the rusty toolbox under the driver's seat and the oddly bulging seat cover.
Check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been kept, but one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Ah, that makes sense. Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Sandpaper would also rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole.
Yes.
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
One of the footprints at the crime scene had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
The missing 8th Hardy?
Looks like her, yes.
And she's also the one running the drug trade.
Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Those jerks definitely, not necessarily. The lady driver could have kept the drug trade a secret.
You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The
Peel
radio
off the
transmitter
cover
sits
on the passenger
seat.
seat.
Voila! A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Bonne prise.
The lieutenant commends you as you shift through the treasure's well-worn. Hold open the topmost map.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South.
Okay.
Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock. And this person knows there. Hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881, high above the mess of brown and red roofs that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
Where does the road lead?
To Kuro, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road.
Hold open the second map.
This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct. No storm will ever drown Revachol. The great solution to the riddle of history. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital,
what is that
grates
sound?
The rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long forgotten tunnels.
Interesting.
Lit by gaslights.
Look at the third map.
The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain and a traffic island. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway.
What does it all mean?
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated the East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Where does the contraband end up?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it.
Besmerti? Ah, that sounds vaguely familiar.
The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really, they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west, with cool names like La Puta Madre and Ahura Mazda. It's a dark parody.
Who do you think is behind this?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces and whispers that usually accompany it.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and...
The stack of maps looks
pull out
just
the
like
pull-out
the
toolbox.
metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Unfolded
It's
newspaper.
An issue of PsyFerret from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls.
Pick
It
up the
looks
note.
like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
Push in
pull
the...
out toolbox and close the rusty.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we read... Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance.
Okay.
Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed. Or maybe it's used to tap into RCM network. Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching.
Makes sense.
This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
What about the movie posters? How do they factor into all this?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
A lot of women there, especially for a lady driver's cabin.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
So it turns out this is connected to the Union?
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Will the RCM open an
We
investigation
should
into
return
this?
to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotic. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later, when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay, debrief over?
Debrief over.
You know what? We got a lot of good stuff out of that. But we need to talk to the Hardy Boys. The Hardy Boys have got answers.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Me and Everett talked. He promised you'd cooperate.
So you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with...
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Very mature guys. Everett sent word, right?
Yeah, I heard him. Now fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the... Let me state this very clearly, Capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy...
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
I found someone who saw the hanging. A
witness? You ain't got shit.
That's just tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already roll on the others, and he's in witness protection.
Eyewitness isn't a local.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
Let's just say he's a high-ranking government official and leave it at that.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
Alright, the witness said he saw two people... The witness said the hanging went down very quietly. No shouting, no
It's
commotion.
you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbell?
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
I'd imagine you guys drinking and singing lynching songs. What's with the funeral silence?
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard.
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here.
Bullseye. Glenn looks around uncomfortably. The lieutenant hit a nerve.
The witness said he saw two people of Aeropagic descent and one mask.
Aeropagic? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there.
The witness said it all looks like it's a real
Those
play.
flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our...
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't...
I know you are lying, Shanky.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
Enough about the witness.
Witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit, then went and...
You don't have to go to school for shit. You're doing a hell of a job, man.
So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
I've connected you to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your...
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de...
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
No, you do the honor. You've earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
Good idea. People are always going to do drugs. At least this way you have some control over it. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact that there's still plenty of drugs out there. You're admitting to profiting off of poisoning your own people.
Boo fucking who. People will always be taking drugs. Might as well do it clean.
Yeah, that's what the labor movement is all about. Clean and...
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
The 8th Hardy, the one who's missing, she runs the thing, right?
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Alright. I'm gonna take off for now. We need authority. And we need it bad. Am I not where? Yeah, this needs to go. That just killed my authority. Alright. Let's see if we can find something that increases our authority. Minus the authority, that's not what we want. Do. Do I?
The dock workers. A ceiling height window. The hawthorn branch.
It's you again. What is it?
Alright. Is this a red check or a white check? This is a white check. Ugh. +1, confronted about the drug trade. +2, Everett asked about to cooperate. +1, discussed the 8th Hardy. We found a witness, but we were weak when we first met. We got a 1 and 3. Come on!
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. That's it? That's all I got?
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent, and as you're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
Oh, Kim, I need your gun.
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. This is I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
Alright. What? Who, me? What is it?
Yes. You. Stop talking out loud. You sound like you're unraveling.
Hey, everybody, calm down. This is only a demonstration. Kim, the gun, please.
What in the name of...
I don't want to give you my gun.
The fuck is happening, Ty?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
I know what I'm doing. It's not my first day on the police job.
Police job? Be careful. It's loaded.
Oh. Yes!
Good. Now put it in your mouth.
Okay. We're gonna follow authority. Put the barrel in your mouth.
What are you doing?
Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant's face.
Fellas, you getting any of this?
You better get ready to fucking respect me in 5.
He's not gonna off himself. Come on.
No. He'll do it. Go ahead, son. 3, 2.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. No. Give it to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. It's not too late. You can still spin this as some... There will be no spinning. Do the honest thing. Pull the trigger.
Give the gun back to the lieutenant.
Thank you. Nothing to worry about here, people. My partner likes to play these jokes. Here's what you call...
He is infinitely grateful to have that gun.
Dark? What the fuck was that, you carnies? We haven't seen RCM in 4 years.
I knew he wasn't gonna do...
No. I still have my money on him. Sooner or later, he has that look.
Let's go back to normal. Alright, I shouldn't have done
Do you
that.
not think your failed suicide attempt will win you any pity from these men?
Again, it was a dark joke. Maybe we should go for a little walk, Joker, before we continue. Jogging around seems to have a positive effect on you.
I'm gonna take off now. Alright. Titus, you were told to keep a low profile.
Sounds like you're the suicide cop, with his finger on the eject button, ready to... You idiot! You've got the bullet, but what is this? You're not ready to die. It would be the honorable thing to do. It would really show them. Show her, too.
No, it's a sign that I want to live.
Fine. Keep up the charade another day. This could have been so liberating, but you...
Kim, what's up?
What in the name of hell was that supposed to be? The theatrical suicide attempt. We need to talk about it.
Yes, I have to talk. I want to talk about it as well.
Yes, well, I was able to recontextualize it as a dark. I understand you sometimes employ extreme interrogation. We can't have RCM officers going around putting guns in their mouths. We can't afford to have that image. Few institutions can.
I went with my gut feeling and it was wrong. This time it was wrong.
Yes. Very, very, very wrong.
Alright, I don't know. I didn't realize authority would betray me like that. Alright, let's talk to Joyce again. Because I know for a fact she's got information for me.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbor have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
What exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of...
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst case.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard a connection between the lynching and a strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse of
They were
faith?
dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security
Absolutely
detail?
not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, they wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civil...
So, what...
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him.
Okay.
He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing.
What
Mr.
then?
Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their order. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded...
What is the nature of these so-called
whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
I have to say, this is not Disco.
Surely you're joking. These people are killers.
Maybe the investigations continue.
My only hope is that yours provides a single, concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This
The debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Cornell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third, or...
Meaning they're used to operating.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminole.
Anything else you
Sadly,
got on them?
no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have... If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Did you contact the company, tell them to call it
I
off?
have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until...
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
You said the deceased assaulted a
Well,
woman?
he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing up?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What did these teenagers by the canal
That
say?
the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story.
The lieutenant consults his notebook. His
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of That's a good question, officer.
And was a
I
woman?
don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remain...
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
Interesting. This colonel, the one who hanged him.
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
This Lily. Anything else? Nationality? The old wound?
He
How
was
old?
40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining two mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
You still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Didn't pass background check. We got a 97% chance. Come on, baby!
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates.
Yeah,
The
that
one
much I figured
chanting
out.
the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in the building overlooking the roundabout.
Would afford a good vantage point.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have...
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel.
I have another
I
question.
hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we
Until
have?
the executions start. Truthfully,
They don't report their
not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please
Can you tell me about
ask.
these tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a... She wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like...
It was taken with a trigger not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord.
Where is he now?
This one has flown quite far by now.
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now, ready to exit the Insul Indian and into the Pale, if I've read his home address correctly.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
I don't know where.
next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this, Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insul.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments.
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his desk. Rows and rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured. In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service industry.
That makes sense to
History?
me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
Who could tell me
His
more?
platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
I need the information.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find...
We will be careful, ma'am.
That's all for the
Is there
tattoo.
anything
Thank
else
you.
I can help you with?
Alright. We are done with her. We can ask the scab leader about the tattoo. I think we should hold off on that. Prove your authority. Wait, why didn't this get marked as completed? I did it. I have my badge. I like that the weather changes constantly, but it's not... I would love to just see sunshine.
The door has braved the elements for decades.
That already defeats the point, doesn't it?
The key stopped the tenants. The lieutenant looked.
I was hoping that if we did it in the middle of the day, that we'd be fine. Oh well. Part of me wants a rhetoric again. Because I am told there is a capitalist in that friggin' container. Oh, nice, the autosave.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hey, tough guy, I had more questions.
Things are busy enough. You going to waste less of my time?
Maybe.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Are you a mercenary hired by the Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk.
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line.
That didn't sound too convincing. Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking fuck.
He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly
You
open.
hear a tiny rattle, a small radio, cracking somewhere. An ip. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't.
How about you fuck off now?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time.
I'm just not...
Fucking loincloth.
Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better not to press the issue. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get.
I think you may be able to help me
right-to-work
decipher some
nods.
tattoos.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
They were on the body of the man who was hanged behind the cafeteria.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means.
He points to one of the tiny star...
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt him.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
His voice gets strangely quiet a long way from right to work.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
Say nothing.
She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
evil.
You bet it was.
What
it's
is evil?
Just nature. This guy, he used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place.
You were there?
No. I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer.
You're not really a scab leader, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
Can I have it back?
Go ahead. All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
I'm just gonna leave now. So, the idea of our big bad guy being a rapist isn't actually even outside the realm of possibility. But no one wants to give us a name. Which I guess makes sense, but I'm still not happy. Alright, well, I want to do rhetoric. I think we need logic. And the reason we want logic... I want to make sure we have nothing... Yeah, okay. We have nothing interrupting logic. But I'm certain I have things that would improve logic. Empathy, encyclopedia. Okay. Yeah, we're good. So let's go to interact. And let's look at this envelope.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. The
Yeah.
12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Trying to find a loophole in the deal.
There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
Wait, what are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Point to the photocopy. Look, Kim, these people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it. Everard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
This is a red check, cannot be tried again, and it's interfacing. And we need a 12, and we have naturally a 5. We could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed, or you could... He's over the document again. After...
The youth center cut.
All right. Do we have things that'll improve our interfacing? I feel like we do. We really don't. Okay. We can go ahead and take that off. We don't need that logic check anymore. You know what? The -1 to perception is fine. Okay. Because, like, I have a ton of perception, so it's fine. So.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Maybe we'll talk later.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Yes? What is it?
What does this mean?
It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
Okay, goodbye. I wonder if we go into the room. I'm gonna close the door, Kim.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
God, it's a red check too. It can't be retried. Do it, baby.
With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line?
2 names, Isabel Sadi and Lillian Carter.
They look distinctly different and very convincing. These might as...
Good. Everard will have to start over with his scheming. When Isabel and Lillian dispute the signatures, the document will be rendered null. Any halfway competent notary should be able to handle this. Not getting their actual signatures. Now all we have to do is mail these. I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Oh man, we did great! Put the documents back in the envelope. Oh. I'm glad I didn't do it right there.
Yes.
And now, because we mailed it with the signatures, Everett will give us our gun, and life will be good. I was going to go back out and,
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew we get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
Thanks, Kim.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's going to play.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we...
All right. Let's go talk to Everett again. All right, upwards we go.
The file cabinet stands steady as the drawer.
That's annoying. All right. Well, I don't like Everett himself. He is a union leader, and he does apparently do some good things for the union.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here.
All right, Frederick, level up. I'm pretty certain I have clothes that do rhetoric. Logic, authority, logic, drama. I do not have any clothes that do rhetoric. Oh no, we're already wearing a shirt that does rhetoric. Yes. And there's... Okay.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Once more!
Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello, is anybody in there?
The door stands.
Satisfied, detective?
No.
Try again.
I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the...
Ahoy! Come on in!
Mega rich light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
Oh, we did it! I'm sorry, what?
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended.
We got into the capital.
An echo.
The capital container.
Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm.
You know what? That's fair.
Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
What you can see is of his body appears composed in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
I'm a detective. My name is Harry, and I'm a detective.
Pleasure to meet you, Harry. Public service is a noble cause.
How did you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
What's the matter, Kim?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solve it.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz.
Classism at its horriblest.
All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level.
That sounds like bullshit.
Then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
You're right, capital accumulation is its own reward. Don't you think you should use your great wealth for the glory of your fatherland? You're a thief. People out there are working their asses off while you chill here. It's great that you've done well for yourself, but don't you think you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society? You're a thief.
And that's what? Unjust? I think it's perfectly just.
What do you mean?
Listen, Harry, I used to be an idealist just like you, but the truth is that we have no objective system by which to measure someone's value other than the market. We should just embrace that, rather than the hand that allocates resources among men is invisible and cruel. But it is steady, measured, indeed, it is just.
Man, being a high net worth individual sounds great.
It is truly. It's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
His essence seems to signify... Well, I don't know how to put it. You look somehow different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. It's as if something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weisswiesemann coefficient.
Our what?
It's some statistical thing. In essence, it says that when an extremely low net worth individual meets an extremely high net worth individual, some of the laws of physics cease to apply.
Are you telling me that you are so rich that you literally bend... that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I am but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
Are you seeing this weird
I see
stuff?
Nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
We're in Martinez. There's a pretty good hostel here called the Whirling in Rags. We're gonna say the former capital of the world.
Herschel. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be a bowling alley in Stella Maris. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Why don't you help them? You've got so much money, it can't make a difference to you.
There aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Except more spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
So you travel from place to place via a shipping container?
No. It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
So you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
The bending light appears to wink. Can I have some money?
Please stop asking everyone for money. It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
But Kim, I also can't afford to look any better than I do now. That's why I need the money.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for Paris 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Are you sure you don't have any more? Thank you for your kindness.
You're welcome. You know,
his eyes narrow, aggress the light.
Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an...
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Oh my god.
Thanks for stopping.
Hold up. Also, what's up with my money? Oh, my money improves so drastically. I need conceptualization. I need a lot of conceptualization. Okay, I think that's as good as we're gonna get.
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literal. In short, art.
Would I fit in the art world?
In the mirror lately. To be honest, you have the exact features of the modern artist, with that wild hair and those clothes. Perhaps you should try to write poetry someday and critique architecture.
Is architecture also art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use.
Damn.
You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Wait, what about music? Is it art?
The most experimental kind.
That's stupid architecture.
Such vigor. Already you express a sharp, descriptive mind,
Wait,
ready
well,
to
I
slice
have
through
to be
the
100%
emptiness,
cop
official,
to get to the case
fade
finished and all that?
Sublime and the beautiful. Do it. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half exactly. Go ahead and
All right.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
We have a 17% chance. And no retries.
Congratulations. You've somehow managed to fail at failing, which means, in a strange way, that you've succeeded.
You should invest in a youth center.
Huh? What kind of you?
A place to teach them practical skills, like team. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
One, to inspire the future leaders of tomorrow to public service.
I like that you're thinking about the future, but couldn't the center have a more economic focus?
One, dedicated to installing liberal economic values in children from...
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future?
Yes, and if it doesn't work out, we can always repurpose the center as a shopping mall.
When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
With human beings, there's always a risk associated, which is why we've got to fall back onto the center itself as a fallback. Highly educated, work-ready human capital, ready to be directed towards any number.
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities.
Thank you.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being here's a round of seed funding? This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Thanks for the handout.
It's not a hunt.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. Is he having a stroke?
What do you think, Kim? Not bad, huh?
Unimpressed.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with?
We should get back to our investigation. Thanks.
Farewell.
The door seems to be locked.
No! Alright, but you know what? That's okay. I failed at failing, which is great. Alright, let's talk to this guy. Alright, Everett.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
A member of the board?
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
Remember the container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega rich light bending guy inside.
Mega rich light bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
He's so rich he could get in anywhere. Slime like him must have oozed in through the cracks.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light bending guys.
I think he wants to take down the proletariat, Everett.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Mega rich are people too. He was this nice man. He gave me stock tips. Yes, the transportation of the mega rich should be more tightly regulated. Didn't seem like he was safe. You should be honored by the presence of his Magnus. He was of half of Shalian blood and amassed his wealth using the mysterious bond of nationhood. Yes, for the God's sake, you're a socialist.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbor's fog lights. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
I did it, Everett. I made it even shadier.
What?
The brew. The shady brew.
How could I forget your little side project? Well done, Harry. Well done. Don't even tell me what it was. But good job. I love it when workers take the initiative like this.
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to
The
mail.
Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything.
See? Forging that signature really well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Did you order the hang... I know you plan to force them out with the construction noise.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland. There's nothing left. But mark my words, officers. We are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce.
What do you mean?
Harry, imagine a youth center supermarket church complex.
Oh, God.
Employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on.
And life. Not. I knew you were a man of the people, Everett. Do you really believe that?
Yes, I do. I got the center, I got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years, I'll get the church too. The wheels are already turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot...
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things. And the pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Wait, but will you erect a statue to yourself?
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, workers on welfare, and landowners in Azon hating me. That will be my statue. And yours. We're doing this together.
Sounds like you got this. You can rely on my vote.
I do, Harry. I really do. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier with that vote of yours. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
Can I get my gun
Harry,
now?
I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
Where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
So the gun's still with the woman who brought it for Roy?
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling...
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't...
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Oh, yeah, she sounds stable. She was waving it around at people?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Who is this old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Can you set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now,
She will be there from 2200.
More fun stuff. Seems like
Oh
we
my
already
God.
have fun stuff to do.
Did you order the hangman
I
killed?
did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead.
What do you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
What?
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
They're trained military people. Aren't you afraid for your men?
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men. Or 15 men. Or even the more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
How is this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
What?
Tits from her arsehole.
Actually, no, it's not.
Why are you telling me your plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. It's already happening.
How many of you guys are in there in the union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
How are you going to fund your new independent harbor?
You mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry...
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
You can't possibly hope to continue like you have. Clients will leave en masse.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
That's just the top of the iceberg, though, isn't it?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large... We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share, and I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
I have to admit, that's a well put together plan, and far removed from you.
It's also far removed from my men and the people of Martinez who've put their... Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez.
So is there a trade or isn't there?
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want... I'm going to unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's going to be in on the wealth. And everyone's going to pull their weight.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
If it has the word incorporate in it, then I like it. I'm a money guy. That's very ambitious. I love what you're doing for the working man. I'm not feeling a whole lot of Revachol here. Not enough flags or kings.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant... Boys. Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering?
I love what you're doing for the working man.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work.
Can I ask you about specific union
We're way
members?
past specific union members now. This is... You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big... Great, Harry, great. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't... I'm always happy. Very nice, Harry.
I've just finished
Is there anything else?
investigating the local drug trade.
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry.
He refuses to discuss it further. Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Wow. Just... Wow. Okay. This guy is much more mean and cruel than I thought he was. Confront the pigs and get your gun. Get yourself organized. Offer figurines to Dolores Day. I mean, there's so much I need to do, but it's all like at night now.
The door seemed...
Take me to the door. I talked to Leo, but there's really nothing to talk to Leo about. Do I have any bottles?
The tear machine stands in the corner.
No. Interesting.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a...
Is this about the questions again?
Nope. Never mind. Can you let me back there so I can go out the door?
It's you again. What is it?
I talked to Joyce, the merc. You hanged his friend. His friends are coming.
By free.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Some kind of tribunal, and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are...
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn?
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Sure. The Colonel is bad news. You know that, right?
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army. And the Madre scum.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight...
These people are trained military professionals with decades of combat experience. They are not a gang or a Barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
The mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see.
That was an unsure phrasing.
See what? That they don't?
Yeah. Like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen? What do you mean? Okay.
Okay. I mean, okay, they're gonna wipe you the fuck out. You've got this. The numbers. I mean, okay, I'll be on your side when they come. Okay, you got one more gun on your side. Once I find mine, I lost it. They're gonna wipe the fuck out of you.
No, they won't. Get out of here with...
All he means is that the situation is...
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
58% chance, come on, baby!
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here. So you must be like, You're just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hands.
You got a problem with beer? Nah.
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No, I got drunk, so drunk I drove my car into the sea. I don't give a shit either, just like you guys. No, I'm also a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Just don't antagonize him.
It's not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But if you don't, if you question her, harass her...
Uh-huh.
A freight train...
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's I'm on due. With an O.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Wow. Oh yeah, no, this is not gonna end well for me. Miss Orange, disco dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Oh, we're fucked this. This one's fucked.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers...
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
What was her relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship.
Was like that karaoke incident all over.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
When was that?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So...
It would help if we established...
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know.
Here you go, boss.
What is your relationship with her?
I know her.
I am so glad. All right, now that we've experienced that this sentence, I'm so glad we didn't try that suggestion. That would have only ended in disaster.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
So she's not from around here.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss...
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had... Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them... What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
You said you partied, but what did that mean?
What do you think I meant?
Every time you pass that room... Oh, Jesus Christ. Every time I kept trying to talk to her. Oh! 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 I feel disgusted with myself. Sex, drugs,
Yes.
karaoke.
Yes. And no. Got something to say about it?
So you're saying the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna...
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna
We'll
get.
talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight.
Oh. Kim, talk to me, buddy.
Officer, what was that?
What was what?
You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman?
Yes.
Is there something I should know before we talk?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
I didn't rape. I mean, you know, not wrong, but I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I didn't remember being
Okay,
a cop.
That's manageable.
She knows I did some pretty crazy stuff before I passed out, that I partied hard and not very mentally healthily.
So she overheard you, or did you part?
So this is what it feels like to be interviewed.
I've got nothing
What
to
if
hide.
you do? But you'll get through it.
She overheard me listening to music and doing weird things from her room. It's the one next to yours.
Anything else?
I asked her where we are, what city is this, maybe even what year, something like that.
That's clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else?
Nothing.
We'll
Let's
be
move
all
on.
right, officer.
You feel fortified by his assurance. Is it though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy...
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, I feel like shit.
The door is closed.
Knock.
Who is it?
This is the police.
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere.
Oh, yeah, no, we're snooping. Hotel bill calculations. Looks like she had an extended stay. She's made around 4 months of payments for this room. Jesus! Piles of dirty clothes. A woman's. You see the yard below. The corpse is no longer there.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Look, it's a toothbrush.
Used but not for scrubbing blood off towels or anything else interesting.
Look at the medications.
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
Quite the collection here. Search the
pill
bottles.
Bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoparidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them.
What's narco?
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Search the pill
Among some
sheets.
foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Is there something more interesting here?
Nothing of note.
Ah!
The further you look, the...
This bin has been hastily made.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Run your finger across the surface of the glass.
As ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
This window was recently replaced.
Yes.
I mean, that doesn't tell me anything, but it's good to know. Smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra menthol. Look, a handful of dried white flowers.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Move your hand fast.
You catch a
We did it!
white flower between your fingers.
We missed the 72, but we
rest
got the
fly off
58.
into the wind. It's a Maybell. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging.
Cold coffee and an ashtray that looks like a hedgehog.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle. Sounds like it's heavy. Must be something valuable inside to go through the trouble of protecting it.
Where does this lead
I
to?
don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
The further we get, the more this building seems to be tight.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers.
Tap on the roof with your foot.
A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the Kaiser Inn are around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
Leave. I know for a fact we're not wearing physical instrument clothes. I know I had something. Conceptualization? No, we want the drama and the electrochemistry. Pain threshold would be useful in certain cases, but not here. Ha! +1 to shivers. +1 to physical instrument.
The same small, heavy
3% chance. Now we're not even gonna bother. We're not even gonna bother. Okay.
Welcome to the roof.
All this time I wanted to get up here.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you got here.
It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible.
Thank you for that, officer.
There is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
It has Disco Infernum, but not to hell. To another place, a third place, much more different. Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct...
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. And I have seen a few. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on.
It's gotten pretty hard in the meantime, but I go on. How long do you think until the hard wears us down? Things are only going to be easier for me. I'm a policeman. I found something more downbeat for my next appearance. Whip out the tape of the smallest church.
That's the one. The small, sad church song. I've missed it. I really have.
Why?
The small, sad church song tells it like it is, Detective. Sad.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clazier Amandou.
Clazier. I'm never going to pronounce that right. And where are you from?
Vredefort, Republic of Oranje.
And how old are
I'm
you?
28.
What do you do, miss? What is your specialization?
Something stupid.
Want to hear what's stupid? Somewhere in a one-room apartment on Boogie Street, a young man shows Patrol Officer Tilbrook his genital warts, asking if they're cancer. His partner, Emil Mullins, can't be there. He's in another apartment with another man who's showing him a dead dog under the radiator. It's dead, Mullins says. No, the man replies. I touched him. He's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under the radiator.
What's that?
Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
Ah, okay. What is that
Fear
about?
of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are only the name of the nation.
If that's true, then Revacholian Lit would fit you like a glove.
What do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
Cool.
It's not very cool, but what can you do?
Can we take a look at your passport? Or
I'm
please.
afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline ticket.
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
Okay then.
Okie dokie.
Thank you. That's it for the record.
The record. So official.
What is this flower?
She looks at the dried petals in chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style?
Why was it there?
Why was there a flower on the roof?
Or an admirer?
Any admirers, miss?
Admirers? I'm too old to be a debutante. And this place is no fashion.
Question avoided. Let's conclude that she has admirers. Plenty of them.
They tell us you've been through something difficult.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean?
Were you sexually assaulted, miss?
By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
No, it is not. Well, god damn it. Fuck! It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, ma'am. I don't think we can sit here and say it's early in the morning.
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Actually, it's already afternoon.
Is it? It is afternoon. Time flies, man.
So were you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
Titus asked you to spice things up for us?
Pretty much.
Warming them.
Oh. What did happen between you and the victim?
We partied.
Where have I heard that before?
A lot of parties.
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
What kind of partying? The kind I do?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
Harder than this? I didn't know it was physically possible.
It is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
Poor Kim, he's just so out of his depths here.
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
You were lovers?
I guess you can say that, yes. A bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out, with longing.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Must have been hard for you seeing him there.
Yes. I've had a great view from the
A bitter cringe. It hurts.
You called us, DRC.
Yes.
Oh, she's the one who called us. The call reporting the hanging, that was you?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
If it's snitching, then why do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Caller's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it how?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it.
So, she's God's mystery foam cutter.
And in the process, he broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Jigsaw falling into place.
Ah.
This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate. Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Seems like you had some idea. That was nifty.
Thanks.
Why go through all the
I
trouble?
don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Local.
Thank you for making the call, miss.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
What can you tell me about him? Are you sure you weren't
I'm
raped?
89% sure.
Does that mean you're 11% not
You
sure?
know how it is.
No, actually. How is it then?
Maybe you don't know.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're...
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here.
Sounds like something happened and you don't want to acknowledge
Let me make this 100% clear then, officer. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be as flippant if I had been?
it. Okay, now I feel better about myself for being like, hey girl. Oh, I feel, all right. What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about it.
I know it's difficult.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
I've also seen him in a dream.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
How do you see him?
You don't want to know.
Better conclude this part of our talk.
Yes.
What do they hang him for, if not rape?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing.
And his role in this trial?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now.
And how did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little.
Like you partied with the...
No, not as...
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as...
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
Could that be why they lynched him? Jealousy?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea.
What do you mean?
Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
I mean, that's a horrible thought process, but understood. Thank you for telling all of
She
this.
breathes a silvery sigh of relief.
Should we head by downstairs, officer?
As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion?
I had something else before we go. A little
She
thing.
nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Nice room you've got here.
Yeah. It's pretty deluxe.
What are you doing here in the Whirling
I'm
Direct?
wondering.
How long have you been...
About 4 months.
The bills downstairs concur.
Here in
Why here?
Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol?
Here in Whirling.
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. I'm Winter.
How long?
About 4.
The bills...
Here in the Whirling?
Here in
I heard
Martinez.
this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
It's where the... No, this is Sassy Town. This is where the future of dance lies. You came to the right place.
She looks at you and nods.
You have quite the collection of prescription drugs down there.
I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol. No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
How'd you amass such a
With
hoard?
money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
The collection includes Nacra, an opioid
Comes in
antagonist.
handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry.
That's all as far as that
Very
goes then.
funky.
Where does that door lead to?
I have no idea, officer.
That window is new.
It is.
The lieutenant he finds the answer unsatisfying.
I have other questions.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
All right, we're going to do something crazy. We're going for a 42% volition.
She looks back.
We failed.
Time moves slowly. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and we will see through deceits. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit. Miss Oranje Disco Dancer, you want to put your hand on her back and feel it arch.
What is happening?
Nothing, just time passing. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe, your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting.
Am I being beguiled?
She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible.
Avert your
the
eyes.
Strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
Let's talk about this
Not my
so-called
favorite
assault.
topic. But how about
We don't got anything else there.
Yeah. All right. Why not?
All right, so she'll be there until 2300. All right, time to leave.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Why did she tell us all
What else
that?
could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
She seems candid.
You think so? Being candid is the best way to lie. The appearance of candor with some facts thrown in draws attention away from whatever one chooses to omit.
I mean, that's
She may
true.
be trying to control the pace of the investigation. Anyway, we should move. Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Let's go back to the Hardy Boys. We got ruined their day.
It's you again. What is it?
Yeah, you're full of shit, buddy.
Again? Seriously, man. Fine. Fire away.
I think I know her.
You don't know her.
You're right, I don't.
Okay, this turned out better than expected.
Yeah, whatever.
Classy? Ah, shit, I've already butchered her name. Says she wasn't
Fuck.
raped.
I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels betrayed.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Damn.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down. And she...
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Got the bullshit. She told me the truth.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not. And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fuck it.
Titus Hardy.
Wow.
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic
It was very,
quality.
very strangely hypnotic.
Her lips barely move as she's frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in to break the tension.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We'll show it to him, T.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was in it.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
Why should I care about the tape? You lied to me.
You don't care about evidence.
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions.
I won't be on your bulletin board.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
So what's on this tape?
What's on it? We call it the Dorgun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it?
Where'd you get this
You
tape?
think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that.
So you've bugged them? How?
We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works?
Understood? You've listened in on their communication.
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
Which one of you is doing this advanced radio work then?
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't
Thanks, Angus.
put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. They're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
Where can I listen
I'm
to
sure
this?
we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you...
Yeah, play it with your ass.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
That's
Don't
enough.
forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy.
Fine, I'll listen to it.
You do that. Oh, yeah? You do.
Alright. Hold on. We got a tape. And I'm pretty sure we can still access it. Kim, let me in your room. Why you gotta be so standoffish?
The compact tape player is still inside. There's no fixing this one.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore.
Any
My
ideas?
Kinema only comes with radio. Let's try to find a new tape player.
I don't. Okay. I almost feel like we need electrochemistry. Because oh. There we go. Physical instrument would be good too. Because we got physical instrument, but then we got Bird's Nest Rory, the mirror, the media, and the medicine cabinet. But I also want volition again. But I think in terms of like immediate benefits, I think electrochemistry is probably going to be one of our better ones. Especially since we can, in fact, like level up that a little bit. And physical instrument, we will recover once we get a bonus from thoughts taken care of. +1 to electrophysical. Go. Okay, we have +3 in electrical difficulty. All right.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs.
Is there anything
plus an
more
old-
interesting?
A bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
What's so exciting about this orange bottle?
It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
Lieutenant, also see a brand called Peptide.
A euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super...
Alright, hold up. Give me my gloves.
This medicine cabinet is... There it is. The orange sun wearing blister pack.
Shit!
You feel almost nostalgic for it. You dropped it, smack dab in the middle of the floor. There it is, orange as the midst. Wow, that's unbelievably orange. Anyone
Pick it up, but
can
secretly.
see. The lieutenant tries to keep his eyes on the door, but the peptide bottle sounds like a wreck. Who cares, man?
Alright. Well, that didn't go as planned. Oh! Now, we're not doing speed. We are sober! We are good, ferrets! We took it from her because we don't want her having it. Alright, let's go talk to Roy. Because he was the one that knows where my gun got taken, so he's also kind of like useful in that regard. Oh, hold up. That wasn't...
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive... Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning.
Sniff the
Smells
t-shirt.
like worn cotton, and worn cotton with a side of flea market.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have...
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions?
What's the deal
What
with
is he
this
talking
man
about?
on the t-shirt?
The man from...
Walking away from his...
Their matter-of-fact tone belies their surprise at the fact that you didn't recognize. Lie, sire, for no reason.
Ah! I was a very sheltered child. My parents only let me read boring books about ordinary people and the man from hell.
That's very sad, man. Then you missed out on some pretty well executed, albeit repetitive. The man from Hjelmdal is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla. Mostly what is nowadays Arda and... In fact, most people don't think that man from Hjelmdal...
Hjelmdal isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Hjelmdal are an ontological necessity.
Wow. What?
How much are you selling this
2
t-shirt?
real.
That's dirt cheap.
Why don't you just give it to me for free then?
Why?
Perhaps I could repay you in some other way?
I deal in goods, not services.
Give me this shirt.
Welcome to Hjelmdal.
I am so proud of my decisions.
You see rows of toy soldiers, big men,
Franco-nnected.
alone. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coat.
This is what the...
Which ones?
This set of...
I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. I don't like...
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Rota.
The what?
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh.
What? What was my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Okay, but what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Rota.
What is fascism?
Many things,
okay.
but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems?
I thought you were my circulatory
Quit
system.
stalling, Ruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link.
Financiers?
Yes, them. Women.
Woman?
Women. Men of war.
Oh.
You don't like them. They're insane. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place.
Wow, that sounds so weird. Am I having some kind of stomach seizure?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Why am I getting
because
this?
You've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
Fascism sounds so bad, though. What if we call it something else, like traditionalism?
Okay, yes, that sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that.
I made up my mind about fascism.
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, bro.
Absolutely not. I'm going to be I'm not going to be played by an upset stomach.
There's a slow, painful. It is one of the.
Ah!
Clean out the rooms.
Finally.
What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to
I do
keep?
not support fascism.
Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes.
Yes.
The peaceful, distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon. That is all.
These bonuses are great. +1 to suggestion, Inland Empire, that's not really not a big deal. And the rhetoric, so good.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves. And your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi.
Can I just play a tape on one of the boomboxes real quick?
Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never have, won't now.
Can I have a discount?
A discount?
Remember, he doesn't like music. He likes sounds. The Doorgunner Megamix is his type of tape. Certainly, he'd give you a discount if he knew you'd play something so experimental.
I'm not just doing any police work. I've got the Doorgunner Megamix here.
4 real is offensively low, but just this once. For the music, concrete, cop.
Yes!
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever, turn any... Hello again. How can I help you?
+2, Roy's prices are strange.
Nope, still no.
No!
You obviously haven't been doing enough drugs lately.
The boombox I bought, it should play this tape, right?
It's in working order still, isn't it?
There's a 92% chance!
Martinez streetlight sits among assorted
You need to find a sufficiently tragic tape, then play it on a boombox to memorize the lyrics, then ask the cafeteria manager to perform.
6 crumbling petals rest on your...
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybelle's or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
Is it a coincidence, it being on the roof?
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
Who pinned them? Which side?
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the customs thought it's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War.
Does this flower bloom?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved.
Very well.
The petals feel dry. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none.
Blow on your
Inland,
fingers.
Above the Martinez distributary, the wrinkled finger. The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a second push, command set, and...
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the sun.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
What was that at the very
End
end?
of recording.
Oh. What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
He did say he was going to do it. You can't edit words into someone's... I think he sounded alright, just letting off some... He also sounded inebriated.
Still.
You are familiar with... The lieutenant looks at the tape. You are familiar with this look now. It's his look of
There's
suspicion.
more going on here than we know.
Who's this Cordy?
One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his?
What's Chohei?
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
You think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
Okay then, what now?
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio. The contrast feels chilly.
Alright, we're gonna put back on the interfacing. We're still wearing the good shoes. Okay. Oh. We don't need authority right now, so the Inland Empire and Authority are good. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think this is a great place to say we're done for now. I appreciate everybody who watched it. I hope you have been enjoying the show. We will be back on Monday for more Disco Elysium. In the meantime, stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see you next time. Goodbye, everybody.